Send me. Just.
Tutorial video for HDMI device. Open box. Open the box. Check the full related accessories. Install the device. Take the main motor set. Insert the blade into the blade plug of the motor set softly. Screw it tight. Install the device to the stand frame. It is better to use the transparent cover for security issues. Insert the SD port of the optical fiber cable into the device back position. Must match the position, the cable wrist part into the device block center part. Connect the device power cable and tighten it well. Insert the optical fiber cable as LC port to the optical transceiver extract port. Then connect the HDMI cable.
Yeah.
Plug in the power cable of optical transceiver. Power on all adapters. Connect the other port of the HDMI cable to any devices you will use. Connect to the computer. Just need to insert the HDMI cable to the computer as HDMI slot. While the computer turns on, device can display what the computer displays.
What do you mean? Still need to- still need to- like, it's like, it sounds like Weird. No. Oh, All right. Hey, buddy, want to know a break? Here's your Breaky Potter. Wants to breaky breaky? Who wants to break Potter? Breaky breaky. Here's the break. Yeah, okay. Right. What? Okay. Mm. Oh. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Hello, Linda. Hey, I love the background that board. I've got one right in front of me, so I can't think without it.
Yeah, my team always laughs if I like boarded her own house.
Okay,
It's fun.
I gotta show you what my house looks like from here. There it is. Yeah.
You should, I think this will be very on, usually everything's redone for the floor, so people can see it.
I think it's a great background because it means you're working and you're in it. Yep. Everything has to be big and written out in order to flush things out. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with me. I greatly appreciate it. I'm excited to show you what we're working on. Um, let's just start with understanding a little bit about the I know about I visited your site. I know a bit about the type of proactive care you do, but how what type of people you employ, what your process looks like for onboarding, and if you could explain to me like how many nurses you have or healthcare professionals.
Yeah, right now we've got 50 nurse practitioners.
Okay. Yep.
We're only in 27 states right now, but we should be open by the end of the year.
Okay.
So we're working on trying to scale.
Yep.
Obviously, you run into bumps in the road with that. So I actually hired for a senior director to help do that. And I've been friends with Deirdre for 30 years.
Oh, wonderful.
I actually talked to her, do a little advising on the side. She's got starting now still. I followed her and it's very soggy, but I'm gonna see what this is all about.
Awesome, awesome, wonderful. So let me give you a bit of background. And let me so you have and the nurse practitioners, the and the other certified people that you have in proactive care, are they mostly part-time? Are they full-time? Full-time, okay.
Yeah, we've got, yeah, we've got probably active patient base of about 20,000.
Yep. Yep.
And again, one of those in almost half the states right now. So things up. And you wanted to know about onboarding? We have extensive training modules. We do root cause medicine, kind of like functional medicine.
Yep.
We have patient base is about 80% male, which is kind of the way it's worked out lately. So our
Interesting.
influencers are that seems your promise. It just kind of works out that way.
Yep.
We have a lot of athletes, like a lot of athletes. And then a lot of 20,000 people, obviously a lot of kind of Joe everybody from all across the country. We do proactive precision medicine and outside of the insurance industry, utilizing comprehensive biomarkers. That is unique to us. That is AI focused. We give you all about you.
Yep.
We give you health wellness training information, scheduling all the things.
Yep.
So, and then we also have the nurse practitioners available for live reviews, deep dives. We also do cancer screening, GI tests, LCAT tests. You're adding more all the training, that type of thing. And yeah, I don't know what to think about, but that's kind of
No, that's great. And what do you think is one of the biggest problems you have with getting a new practitioner up to speed on your protocols, your
they
systems?
feel overwhelmed.
They feel overwhelmed, right?
Yeah, like we've actually lost. We hired a bunch in the last quarter, and we lost a handful for like I didn't know this was so much. It's too much information. Um, they're more on like, hey, if there's a GI issue, I might hand it off to a gastroenterologist. I'm like, yeah, we don't do that.
Right.
We keep it in house. We look at the whole body. We get to the root cause. You know, and so having been able to absorb and information and like our lab values are a little bit different than what like lab core value is.
Yeah.
We'll have a report to go from.
Yeah.
Making sure they're comfortable with that and the treatment protocols.
Yep.
So,
Okay, yep, that makes sense. So just a bit of background about me. So I'm the founder, and my background is uh, technology, but also I've got a conversion between technology and culture. I've got a master's in anthropology and psychology, and I started off working in startups, and I worked with as a consultant with like a Fortune 5 on how to scale culture, how to scale operating models. And I saw, I would do assessments with organizations to understand where there are gaps in understanding if it's objectives to results, if it's understanding how the messaging flows, getting customer centric and so forth. I would work with leadership, find those gaps, then I would help document all these the processes need to be in place, and then you would train and coach. And that is a very long process, as you can imagine, as I'm sure you realize. And about 2 years ago, I realized what was going on, a little bit over 2 years ago, with generative AI and the tool set that was becoming available. And that's where the idea of using generative AI to create a consistent method to scale these processes, to understand the gaps and then scale the processes. So this is the problem that we're solving, is that when you get to about 150, and you've reached that point, where you get to about 150 people, you need to have a very clear structured process in how to understand how we operate in this organization. And that method is usually pretty broken because it's emails, it's reading wikis, it's looking on videos and so forth. So I'll show you now how we went about and we solved it. So the first thing that when we look at this platform, the our show you right now. So the front end, this is what you're seeing. We call this the associate view. And here, what you have is it's responsive. You don't have to download an app. And so I'm showing you it in desktop view, but then we can change over to mobile view. And here you've got two views. One is we call this text view, so that you can read text and respond to text. The other is what we call avatar view, in which you're talking to this live avatar. I'm going to start the simulator now so you get a sense for what's happening. And while this starts up, what I'm going to show you is that in this view, what we were doing is that for the president, your personal success here at HealthSpark. Welcome aboard. We are thrilled to have you as a partner. At HealthSpark Center, our mission is to redefine food as you step into this exciting journey. Take a look. How do you see this vision? Now, one of the beauties of AI and machine learning is that the training can be given in small bites and then just like a conversation. And after you get a tiny bite, there's a question. You respond to the question and then it adapts based off of the answer. So it's continuously adapting. And then over time, it's actually learning and personalizing for that specific individual. So I'm going to answer what did it say? How did this vision align with personal goals in healthcare experience? Uh, Staying healthy is very important to me. I want to be there for my kids until the end, playing sports with them. That's wonderful to hear, Linda. Staying healthy to enjoy active health at Health Star Center. Our mission is to provide high-quality, proactive healthcare solutions that empower energize us. How do you think this mission? So now let me show you what you're seeing over here is that this avatar, which is this is what I'm showing you is a generic one, but there's one that we can have created specifically for the Elevate brand that I can actually show you. But each organization is going to have, for every learning journey, you're going to have your own custom avatar, which is the look and feel of your organization. The avatar's role is it's going to guide you through this process. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you the brain behind this. Um, but it's guiding you through this process of learning all the different aspects of the organization. And here, now I'm going to switch over to the admin. So here, um, I, so here is your dashboard, a dashboard. And what we do is we work with each customer to figure out what are the different tags that we want here. So, for instance, one of the things that you can see is like, what's the emotional pulse? Are people getting frustrated? Are things going on? Are they dropping off? What are the issues? Also, their burnout rate. So, as I'm sure you're well aware, is that healthcare professionals are one of the highest reasons that they leave is because they get burnt out. It's a very high toll. And so what we use the Copenhagen burnout inventory. And so some of the questions that the avatar will ask are sleeping patterns, eating patterns, work-life balance, and so forth. And what we're doing is we're using that the CBI to understand what the predecessors are for burnouts, and then we're going to flag it for you to see, okay, this person is experiencing signals. And so if you've got 60 people reporting to you, this person I might need to actually have a conversation with because they're right now might be a little bit terse, they might be going through some frustration. Knowledge retention and so forth. These are some of the indicators that we have here. So the next thing I'm going to show you is the Teams area. And this will integrate with whatever the plan is if you're using Gusto, whatever you use to manage your teams, and we would actually do an integration there. So you're not, of course, adding and moving people individually, but this is in essence where you manage your team members. And then you're going to see here what stage they are on that learning journey. The avatar, what it does is there's a few different things that you'll see that. And so I expand here. Um, I'm going to show you the concept of the signatures in a second. So this is the teams. Now, to configure a journey, what we have here is new nurse. Okay, what are the topics that we're covering here? And this will make sense. You're going to select the avatar of the ones that were made for your brand. Give her a name. And then which of the roles do you want to cite? Now, if we go to configure these, so to configure, here you can change your avatar, change the name. Voice is very important from what we've seen. Actually, voice a lot of times is more triggering for people if the voice is off than the look. And so here you can change the voice and you can actually emulate a clone a voice of somebody to the facility with the right permission, or you can use some of those voices that are set beforehand. And the persona. So this is really about the brand. Like how do you like to speak to your folks? In some folks down south, the persona might be speak with a southern accent or do it a certain way. When you deliver to the East Coast, you might be a little bit more direct and concise. So all of these are some of the parts that you might want to use to configure your avatar. The learning journey, so we saw that those are different stages. So here what you can do is you can reorder those stages in however you'd like. And each stage in that learning journey has a name, of course, and a description. If you need to have the signed documents during your onboarding process, you can upload here a template and then select that template, and that template will come up and they actually sign it through the app. So you ensure that all those documents are properly being signed, and any questions on those documents are copied through that process. For the training, there's a number of different ways that you can train. So for instance, for the layout, you might want to do a quick review. Then what might happen is for safety protocols, you might want to do in one stage a quick review, and then another stage go over the same safety protocols, but this time with a scenario assessment, or maybe a role playing exercise. And then at the end of that stage, if you want confetti, sometimes their confetti will be there to celebrate. Another important piece is that the avatar can collect information. And so, for instance, if you want to collect uniform size, you would say during this stage, also make sure to collect uniform size. And then during that stage, they will not be moving to the next one until they answer the advertised question about what size uniform. And there can be checks for that along the way. From a UI perspective, what we have here is completely white labeled. You'll have, of course, your logo, your color. There's a pronunciation guide here so that how you write words versus how you pronounce them. Very important for names and anything that the avatar doesn't get the pronunciation right, or your branded uh, whatever you have that's branded or dry key. The last thing, which is probably the most important, is what we call DNA management. So one of the big pieces that we found as we were building this is that uh, we have to have a human in the loop because if you were to take if you were to take all your documents and just load them up and then do what's called a standard AI process of what's called retrieval augmented generation RAG, then which if you think about all of your documents, you're gonna have information where it clashes. You might have 4 or 5 different confidentiality and privacy agreements. It might pick up information that you don't want necessarily to train someone on. And so what happens here is that you give us a shared folder with the documents that you use for onboarding, and we automatically scan those documents. And what we're going to do is we're going to display the elements that are needed in order to onboard. So, for instance, for this confidentiality and privacy, if there were 4 or 5 different versions of that, it's going to show multiple versions. And then you're going to select, this is the one that is my source of truth that I would like to use. And then right now it's on pending status. You can edit that, make sure it's correct. And then only once it's approved will it be used for training your new also, what we've just implemented, and actually, right after this call, I'm going to do a demo with the team, but what you're gonna see is we're right about to release is that if there's no value at all, this button will be generated, and based off of all of the information we know about your organization and that specific trait, we will generate a sample value for you for this element. And so, and what happens is that what we call DNA management is like, for instance, if you don't have anything in your documents for work schedules and shift assignments, then what will happen is that we see that this is a trait that other proactive care facilities have, and you're currently missing it, and so it will be empty. And as we go through with more and more organizations, we're going to identify more traits that exist in these facilities. Your information is completely confidential, not shared with anyone else. But this category will be empty because we'll see that other organizations have it and yours doesn't. And then you can generate it, and this will create more comprehensive onboarding and training for your organization. And so, for instance, supplement protocols and so forth. So anything that is empty will have the option to generate if we don't find that in your document. So that, in essence, is the product.
Okay. So now that I've seen it, it's kind of a hybrid. They are HRT uses people to do, different training.
Yep.
Slip and fall.
Yep.
That very kind of generic stuff. But then all of our training. So we have a parent company.
Yep.
So we have Revive Owners, which is Flourish Programming Pharmacy, which is the telemedicine and physical. So because of the parent company, sometimes we put into a one size fits all for some of the training. So that's where EC's Open comes in. And we've just been talking about trying to do some other training pieces through them. So what is your price structure?
Yeah.
So your build up.
And our build up, yeah. So we're actually we're launching right now, right? We're doing an official launch right now, and So our pricing structure is based off of uh, the base package of 10 users per month at $25, and then per month, and then you'll have additional cost per uh, each additional user, and this is on a monthly basis. And you can switch out users at any time. So those if those 10 are done, you could add another person, and that person will still go within that within that package. Uh, and a journey is up to 20 stages. And if you there's an additional cost if there's additional stages that need to be added. At this point, because we're in an early stage, we're very interested in working together, especially with organizations like yours. And so what we do is we do a 2-month pilot, and we just ask for a $500 deposit as we work through it. We'll go through and we'll set this up, make sure everything is working properly, and only when you say everything's good, or we get to the end of that pilot, will we start doing that recurring subscription.
Okay, so now like what I think I want to do is set you up with my clinical staff and my director of operations, who kind of does our product development stuff. She does all our EHR integrations and all of our other AI kind of quick hits that we brought into the clinic. And then so I think if you're cool with it, I'll just set up. I'm going to do an email introduction and ask them to coordinate setting up.
Yeah,
And then let's show this to them.
Yep.
I'm gonna let them know it's early stage. I be a little big for a trial, but I think I'm game, for us to take a look. But we are actively looking at like what can we do to develop and customize some things. So the timing on this is great.
Oh, great.
Um,
Great.
so let me do that email introduction and then we'll get you scheduled.
Yeah, wonderful. And one of the things that I have to say is like you're going to get 24/7 support by some of our team, and we've got a team of 6 AI and ML engineers that are working on this. Lots of testers, so the disadvantage that we're early stages that a lot of these products are, but on the other hand, we will be there with white glove service for you throughout the process.
Yeah, but we actually did that with our Aircall was there as well before, and they did not have an AI automated incentive, and we were there, made up, we did it.
Amazing,
So
amazing.
we've done that before, and it worked out.
Oh, wonderful.
So
I'm glad to hear.
they learned on us,
Yeah.
but we also learned how to drive.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
that worked out well. So, but literally, I saw the whole presentation on some other stuff about this a year and a half ago. So time is kind of the essence on this. So I'm going to do an email introduction to our team and ask them to get it scheduled.
Perfect. I'm so glad. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Hello, Lynn. How you doing? Hi, Sanket. I think Anirudh is not going to make it, so we just are missing Vikas. And I see that he's online. We're almost there. So, bring him. Uh, oh, 1 second. My battery's not up in 1 second. My computer's about to die. Boop. Okay, everyone's here. So, first announcement of this morning, right before this call, I posted in the channel is I had a product demo with a company called Way Too Well, and that company is does proactive medicine, just like Elevate, and actually they were referred to by Elevate. So the folks at Elevate, just from the demo, they're so excited about what we're doing. They spoke to another company in the proactive wellness, and this company is a lot larger. They're in 28 states. They provide proactive wellness. Check out their website. To people, mostly men in sports, and so a lot of athletes. And they're expanding very fast. And what happens is that there's so many things that the nurses and the healthcare practitioners need to know that they need a system to help get people up to speed. I spoke to the founder of this organization. She loved the demo. She knows that we're in early stage. She's worked with companies that are just launching, and she loves that she could influence the roadmap. So this is extremely exciting. It's also, of course, terrifying because we're nowhere ready, but we're going to have to get ready. But all of this is is just an amazing timing because I want you to understand that the Human Tech Week that's happening in about a week, a little bit over just a couple days in a week, um, is the opportunity for us to showcase this technology to uh, many people in the healthcare proactive wellness space, but specifically to venture capital, because there'll be a lot of people in venture capital there. Our goal is to get funding so that we can start operating people. That's the very hard. What we call right now stage 0 to 1 is this crazy place where we have to build a product to prove what it is that we're building. And only once we can show that we know how to do that, will ventures give us money to be able to go forward and finish and actually build it out. So that's an exciting call. It's a very exciting. It was a very exciting call. The fact that they they understand this, that they want that we're moving to the next step, and the timing is just really incredible. So I just wanted to share that news with everyone. The other thing is that I feel like the processes are starting to work. I mean, uh, every the push to prod went. Then there was one change that went to the staging, and we knew exactly what was the problem, and something could be fixed on staging. Didn't interfere with my product demo at all. Give folks time, and so I love that with Mariana's help, our processes are starting to evolve so that we're starting to make traction forward. And we're not getting stuck in this like constantly not knowing what we did and what broke what. So this is extremely excited. Thanks everybody for all of your amazing work. And let's jump into our product demo. So, oh, one other piece that I wanted to say is that Mariana and I decided that as of next week, especially because we're working together to prepare for the launch of the conference, we're going to merge this team. Now we're smaller. We're four engineers, Mariana and myself. So at least 6 people. We're going to merge it to one team as opposed to having 2 different meetings. Uh, the reason being is that the org DNA is almost done. We're getting very close. Uh, One thing that she mentioned that I have to say is that we talked yesterday, and just so you know, like I know the folks that were working on the org DNA know this, and I'm sure Albert knows this because he's been for so long. I don't know, is that the first version of the org DNA, it was all code that was generated using Cursor, pretty much by myself, and it's messy, and it's got the generated code like you see is very hard to work with. So next week, what Mariana decided she's going to do, Mariana decided she's going to do is she's going to be spending time refactoring that code, and so to make it more usable and more so we that's why you've got 1,000 lines of code for just one functionality, and it's so hard to manage. But that's the way that we have to work as a startup. Is that uh, sometimes I generate these screens just to get like the customer feedback, and then we have to go make that functionality work and with that. So it can be a frustrating process, and it allows us to get some traction and move forward. Get some feedback before we actually make these functionalities work. So next week, Miranda's going to be focused on refactoring the organizational DNA along with other items to help us get ready for the conference. So thank you all for bearing with the messy code that exists, and not sorry, but that's kind of like the way we have to move at this point. Um, I think that's it. So we'll be moving. So you'll see the cancel for the folks. Anybody have a strong preference between the time? From a time zone, from a timing perspective, if we start in the morning at 9 or 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time? Any preferences? Anyone have no?
Yeah.
Prefer 10? Okay. Okay. For 10? All right. 10 o'clock it is. So 10 a.m. will be our weekly session. I'm going to cancel, then you'll see a cancellation, and then it'll be back to all of us together. All right, let's take a look at what we accomplished this week. We're just going to do the demo today. We're not going to do a retro. We'll do a retro every other week. Who would like to start? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we don't have like that the people where like what we like she doesn't respond like it was and the error was because of we were getting like JSON structure out from the open area. So now we are working so Albert worked on it and now we are like getting proper structure. Albert can like give us more information about it on like even like we have developed API that can make it work to integrate it with basically our original code base so that like, we can use the topic to the database. Uh, the next thing that we were working on like documenting like all the API yeah, from the safety.
Okay, where, do you know where it goes, the documentation for all those APIs is?
That's what we commented and like you are.
Okay, okay, so we, okay, so we should have documentation, yeah. And so, Albert, do you wanna go over it so that we all understand how, what the change that you made? I think it's important for us all to understand that.
Hold on. Share the wall. Yeah, okay, so firstly of all, structure of goods. Essentially what we're doing is structure of goods actually sort is how much there is. But then with structure output, we can enforce our own schema. And the way we're doing this is to have like a consistent responses in the database and from the LLM itself. And this is what is the right now. It's like we create like the property which has the response message and stuff like that, and it is also required in the response, otherwise it will be invalid. But other than that, it's still contain pretty much the same. And what I did here, I just also included a few of the models that support structured output just for the OpenAI GPT to try out from these three, just in case anything is out or is not being supported. I think currently we are defaulting to the GPT portal meeting with the 2024.
Oh, does, so for the structured output, do you have the, is it different for the different models?
No, it's only like the few latest models or snapshots that support it.
Okay, not, so you're saying not every,
Not every model can be snapshot supports it.
not every model from OpenAI supports it, is that what you're saying? Okay,
Right.
okay. Okay, good. So we need to know, so that's important, we need to know that constraint, yeah.
That's why I just included this date for now, but in the future this will might also change. And
also trying to optimize the performance. It's still taking a bit too long, I think, but for now it is working. Like it will continue to initialize the anything as it should pop up ready.
So this is the hydration.
Yep, there's a big hydration. There's no more error. It will pop up. Right by the way, yep, we're using the more old right now. The latest for old snapshot, I think, for the structured outputs. But that's pretty much it for the associated side currently.
Awesome. Any questions, folks? The structured output is important, and there's other pieces because what's happening with OpenAI is as they work, as more and more startups, like future more startups that are utilizing OpenAI, they're listening to how we use the LLM, and they're making changes to be more compatible. So if we run into any difficulties, we can take a look. There's even an OpenAI representative that we have in San Francisco that works with us. So if we get into any challenge and we can't solve it ourselves, we can always speak to them. But I would imagine that for now, at least, most of our issues will be there's something in their API that they've already implemented it. We just need to find out what will happen. Cool, cool. So how far were you able to go through an entire conversation? You see now, Albert, you know?
I will test
Yeah,
that out.
yeah, okay.
I can go through like a few.
And it's responding, there's no issue.
Starts popping along shoes.
Still taking a while to respond, but maybe that's local.
Oh,
Look at
yeah,
that.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's what I'm also trying to do. So like the performance, because I did like, I mean, I added more layers for the checks here, like checking if it's compatible or so, and then going through over this uh, models. But yeah,
cool. Also, great work. Thank you so much, Albert. And the email piece is the understanding how we collect information. Sometimes, what did you learn? Why don't you share a little bit about what you learned on how?
So I wanted to, so I'm going to like, maybe like just the API, like outline API, and I did end-to-end analysis to the ChatGPT calls. So I wanted to understand few things with you, like on which stage do we have to select the email? And like, yeah,
Yeah, so, and we can do this together because it's important for all of us to understand how this works. So there's a functionality that we have in which we collect information during a stage. And the way that it was built is that a stage has a JSON object here, which is called choice. And if there is a value there, it means the in the code, it what we call the orchestration layer, right? It's going to look, it's going to the avatar, it's going to send a prompt in which the avatar is going to ask you the question that's in that choice. And it will, that stage should not be complete until there's a value for that choice.
okay, perfect, perfect. So yeah, that makes sense.
And a similar pattern is in the stage table, we have completion animation. And so here, if there's a value here, then at the end of that stage, you'll see the animation.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that in the poets.
So here is the choice. And so the idea is that any stage may have a choice. And that would mean that the avatar needs to ask a question associated with that choice, and only once it's completed will that stage be complete.
Okay, okay, makes sense. So which stage are we considering for the
It shouldn't matter, shouldn't matter.
like,
It shouldn't matter, don't, that's why I'm answering you, it shouldn't matter, I should be able to, if I put a JSON object here or here, and it says, email, then that stage is not complete until you receive the email.
yes, yes, but logically, like orientation flow wise, like which is like the first one or the last one.
Okay, so I'll show you for Elevate, but for every organization, it can be different, right?
Okay, perfect. Okay, then I'll it in greeting stage. I don't know for the testing purposes, and then
1 second, so does everyone have, so maybe what I'll do is I'll go over this, but make sure not to hard code what stage it happens in, okay? Because it should take, according, only if there's choices here. The idea is that it's not hard coded to collect the email. It's checking when you're in this stage. And don't, you shouldn't have to write a new function, that this functionality worked beforehand. So it's a matter of just understanding where that functionality exists,
yeah,
okay?
and I,
Okay, and so this is this PowerPoint, has everyone seen? This is the overview that Elevate, I reviewed with Elevate. And so this is the outline of the conversation. There's 6 stages. The first stage is called Ignite the Spark, Identity Belonging, and so forth. Each stage has a goal. The goal is all of this information is in the prompt. This is that's the goal of that stage. This is the conversation pattern. And then this is the exit criteria. This is what needs to happen in order for that stage to be complete. And this is the information collected in that stage. Right? So
Okay.
when you're writing the email is one piece, but we're going to be collecting information in this stage, in this stage, in this stage. Each stage is going to be collecting different information.
got it, got it.
Okay?
Yes.
All right.
So I do have one question there. So, where, so for every user there will be a single journey, right? Or like how it is like, as you mentioned in one of our last calls, it should be in the leads table.
Okay.
So just wanted to
So
clarify that.
let's go over how this works. So there, in the table as an organization, there's a journey.
Yes.
Right? A journey is generic. We associate an organization to a journey. We're saying this organization has this journey. Right?
Okay.
And then there's
User.
user journey. That means this user gets assigned this journey. Information that is collected would go into the lead table if they're not a user yet.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay. If they're an existing user, then you would put it in their user account information. For email, for the Elevate journey, it'll go into the lead table because they're not yet a user.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Okay. So right now you're collecting email, but then afterwards we're gonna have to collect last name, first name, and so forth. And all of that information will be will be put into the leads table, and then later on there'll be a functionality once that lead converts to a user.
Okay, got it.
Got it?
Yeah. That works.
All right. Anything else, associate team? You share? All right. Let's take a look at what happened on Organi.
It's like stream of this week. So bad because this thing was the my screen. Just,
the we worked on was so we have maybe the value as the one of the traits as the multiple values. So that came this one out. So the field in check mark is then each value and it's cannot just to merge. So now it's testing that Jumia worked on before she left. And I was in charge of like, there's always some issues with like execution. And they got to come up with other so very simple. So it so because I worked on existing was thanks to our progress here create for finding out compromise conflict issue was able to resolve that this morning. So it's a very staging environment. So if I want to merge these two values, take us to right, and it's going to merge this into one value. Yeah. And as a super example, we have moment for cases, not just cases, when because these are supposed to like join in common. Well, resolve this issue for your like there's a common because two values that have like have a sort of resolve that issue. And then last one that was very content for NC value. I think that's the value. Which type of picture? The type of what the so what my task for the state was implementing the other architecture to be able to different value based on the previous images that has been after I reached my current branch with main that facing some errors and the fixing and reason that we have to maybe I will stream more than those numbers. So that's basically what's
Yep.
what it's in.
Okay, so it sounds like you need to resolve the merge conflicts and then you'll be ready to push PR. Is that right, Vikas?
Yeah, yeah, there are some logs which I'm facing several equals. Yeah, so yeah, I'll fix them and maybe recently I might do it.
Okay. Okay, great. Do you want to just explain what it is so that everybody understands how that works, the generate?
Yeah, so I could show you
Yeah, sure.
those from so let's say there's no value for it to be in a tree, then now we have to create a new value. So we can just use generate to generate a value based on other traits and the trait name. So if we just become generate, what it should do is it should make a call to the element and based on previous data and then trait name, it should give us a value for this particular trait. And basically, I know which I will be mixing that is going to be out, but that is generate. Yeah, that's it.
Very cool. So I gotta tell you that the generate, the two pieces of functionality that we're gonna be displaying at the Human Tech Week, of course, are the avatar, and the DNA. both of those pieces together will give a good story about what this product is about. And yeah, in order to get like venture capital, they have to, it's not necessarily that everything's working perfectly, but they have to understand what it is you're trying to do. And so those two pieces together really help understand, in essence, what this product is about. So it's super exciting that we're getting really close. We're getting really close to being able to explain that vision. Cool. I think that's it. Let's take a quick look if anybody has any questions on the items. So on Monday, we'll do together with Mariana uh, we'll review the board and get clear on our really clear on the priorities for next week. Uh, let me let me just take a quick look at the board and see if there's anybody has any questions on the items. I think Sanket, you're pretty clear. Albert, oh, I guess Albert, everybody should be pretty clear what they're working on, right? Albert, what are you working on? Hydrate. You're working on the hydration, right? Cleaning up that piece. Do you know what you would pick up afterwards?
Not really other.
Yeah, let's take a look at the board together. We'll do a quick look at the board. Okay, so let's see. Um, okay, so in progress. First, so this is the hydration piece that you're working on. That. Oh, what else? From the associates.
Like new tax out of it, like because that is a generic tax pipeline. So we split it into like sub-tasks. So one of them is completed now. I'll create a new one and then
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
implementation there.
Yep. So you're working on the collect piece. Let's see what, I'm just gonna do a quick overview of what is up. Oh, another piece. Actually, honestly, I'm gonna drop down the priority. Let me do a quick prioritization so we have the right priorities for the conference. What do we do? Sending up, so this is one piece review. So in regards to session management, this right down. If there's anything, and this is something, Albert, if there's anything that I know that you're pretty on top of what's going on with HGen, if there's any optimizations that they release that might help us out, let us know and create a ticket around that because there might be something that they did that's gonna that we can make a change to take advantage of some if there's improved performance and so forth. We work with the HeyGen and the OpenAI API, so if they do anything that's important. Okay. A page chatting process. We don't okay, this one I'm gonna do prioritize because we don't know if that's a problem. I would say the next piece is pronunciation override not reflected in an avatar speech. That would probably be the next priority because that's critical. So let me explain what's going on here. So if we look here, we have Sonia implemented the pronunciation guide. And what that means is that the written word gets displayed in the chat. The way that it's pronounced should be sent to HeyGen so that the avatar says one thing, but we're displaying something else. This in the settings, I'll give you an example. The word it's written elevate. It should be pronounced um, uh, elevate. So these things are important because many companies, they spell the name one way, but they assume that you're going to pronounce it different, just like people's human names. Elevate is one of them, and if you write, if you pronounce it the way that it's written, elevate, right? I love it. So the way that it's supposed to happen is that, let's go down, is it's using that same design pattern that we talked about with, that Suncat is working with. So if you look at the, organization, this is in the organization table. You see where there's the phonetic JSON right here? This is what's being used, and I'm sure we have it. I think B12 love it. Yeah. So do you see that the phonetic JSON, it shows B12 love is the way it's written. This is the way that it's pronounced. Now, uh, Sumia implemented the change so that it enters into the database, but something that it's not being properly, there it seems like there's a bug in the code in the orchestration layer, which, right, that sends one to one way and the other, because I tested the avatar and it's still mispronouncing elevate. So I would say that's the next priority from, right, it's very important. That's the next priority here from the associate. And any questions on that, Albert? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the next task. Probably, I don't, San Francisco, I'm sure you've got your plate full with the email and the collect information. But when you're done with the hydration, that might be something you want to pick up, Albert. Because you've got your plate full right now, it sounds like getting the making sure that the generate works properly. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you just arrived. So one, you just arrived in Texas. How was it arriving in Texas and being with your brother?
It's pretty cool. I met Puri yesterday. I went to work with it's been pretty cool. I have worked in a community.
Nice, nice. Glad that you were able to do that move, and thank you for you know, keeping in touch throughout the whole way. That's a big deal to relocate. So, who else is in Texas? Anybody else in Texas?
A lot of medicines. So probably I'll be visiting. Yeah.
Nice, awesome, cool. So Vika is working on the generate. Your work. What are you working on?
Still have to like like kind of like digital study.
Okay.
So I'm doing like for testing different. So I felt it's very nice to me for when I have to answer to extra help with the like event that was also and yeah, that make sure it's something like for production.
Perfect. Awesome. Sounds good. So it sounds like everybody knows what they're working on. Ariana will be back on Monday. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, let's just ask like so I don't know if it's gonna be this like perfect time to ask this question. Well let's say like the for this my house if let's say like opening a lots of issues or yeah like the mirror, right? Like zip like a great to show your box. We got a box that's destroying it or it's like a thing to bring to values. Or is it that to like is it an issue to show like the box that's destroying it?
No, we don't want to show that. We don't want to just have ups or down boxes. But what kind of issue? What are you talking about? If there's a, what type of issue?
So let's say the PDP
Okay.
Oh, so continue. Yeah.
Yeah, completed the group chat, and that's, it's a really good question. So how do you handle an error with the LLM, right? And so for merge, if there's an error with the LLM, uh, like what, yeah, probably actually there, yeah, actually, you're probably gonna have. I think that's fair. You're probably right. You're gonna have to do dialogues. I was thinking you can just not merge, but we need to know that there's an error right now. And so just, yeah, put something in place in the dialogue so at least we can know what's happening, make sure to log the error so that we can trace it. And for now, let's put a dialogue box that fits it. That makes sense. We'll get it cleaner over time, but yeah. And thanks for asking. Any other questions, folks? Cool. Sorry, Vika, did you say something?
Nothing.
Okay. All right, everybody, have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you online. Thanks, everybody, for your hard work.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Wow. Cool. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, oh. Oh, no. How much, how much, Cool, okay. So. I'll figure it out. All right, I think I'm on. You can just now, I come back. I know, I know. Yeah. Yes. Wow. It's Okay, so. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, no. Okay, so. Awesome, awesome. So, Right. So, okay. Okay. Okay, so fixing that one. Okay.
Oh, it's a PDF. So, HDMI serial.
Okay. Okay. So. Oh.
you